Senator from Hawaii.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Mirren nomination be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled roll call vote begin immediately.
Without objection. By unanimous consent, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Stephen Moran of New York to be chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Stephen Moran of New York to be chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hovind, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo, Ricketts, and Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Kim, Schatz, Warner, and Welch. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Hassan, Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. McConnell, Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye.
Ms. Ferrano? No. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Slotkin? No. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Fetterman, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 44. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, last night the House of Representatives passed a short-term government funding bill that would extend funding through the end of this fiscal year. That's through the end of September. I was surprised to see only one Democrat in the House, Jared Golden from Maine, saw the light, that a shutdown is a bad choice. But nevertheless, 212 Democrats voted against the continuing resolution, effectively voting to shut down the government. It remains to be seen whether our colleagues here in the Senate, our Senate Democrats, will vote for a Schumer shutdown or not. The cognitive dissonance, though, is striking, and I think worth commenting on. If I listen to our colleagues across the aisle, they claim to have a lot of concern for the federal workers that depend on government funding. They talk a pretty good game. So I find it interesting that so many of them in the House cast a vote that would put thousands, even hundreds of thousands of federal workers out of work, which is what results when the government shuts down. Of course, I don't like continuing resolutions any more than the next person, but they're certainly not the ideal way to govern, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But it remains the second worst choice, a shutdown being the worst of all. So let's take a look at how we got here in the first place. Last year, the Senate Appropriations Bill, on a bipartisan basis, passed all but one of their 12 appropriations bills. And what did the majority leader, Senator Schumer, at the time, What did he do? He simply refused to schedule any of those appropriation bills for a vote. So it is because of Democratic dysfunction that we find ourselves now in a continuing resolution situation rather than having already attended to what in effect was last year's business and passing appropriations bills for the entire fiscal year. Well, if our Democratic colleagues don't like voting for another CR, I would encourage them to take that up with their now minority leader, as this falls squarely on his shoulders. But the truth is, most of all, our Democratic colleagues are just mad about the outcome of November 5th, the November 5th election. Here in the Senate, I'm glad that the Senate Republicans are working to pass this necessary CR that will ensure that we prevent a government shutdown. Mr. President, on another matter, I spoke last week about the importance of establishing a lasting peace in the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, where Russia, without any chance of contradiction, is the aggressor. But I appreciate President Trump on his efforts as a peacemaker. And I congratulate the administration, particularly Secretary Rubio and the National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, at working to negotiate a 30-day ceasefire. At least that's what Ukraine has agreed to. But now the ball is in Vladimir Putin's court. As I said last week, this is a big deal. Hundreds of thousands of casualties on each side have arisen as a result of this 3-year war in Ukraine. But it's important that these negotiations get it right. It's true that a lasting peace would be no small achievement. But one of the most important aspects to getting this right is to make sure that it does not result in nuclear proliferation. That is, more countries than currently have nuclear weapons getting those nuclear weapons because they feel insecure and they feel it's critical to their ability to continue to exist. As I mentioned last week, the United States, along with Russia and the United Kingdom back in 1994, signed something called the Budapest Memorandum. In this agreement, these 3 countries gave Ukraine security guarantees, guaranteeing its independence and territorial integrity in exchange for Ukraine turning over its nuclear weapons arsenal. Ukraine, of course, had been part of the Soviet Union. After the Soviet Union fell, it had the world's 3rd largest arsenal of nuclear weapons. And so this was a landmark agreement where Ukraine agreed, now an independent republic, agreed to turn over its nuclear weapons rather than to retain them. Such agreements are important because in the absence of non-proliferation agreements, other countries may be tempted to seek and acquire nuclear weapons to provide for their own security and their own protection. This is another reason why it's so important to achieve a lasting peace in the ongoing war by Russia against Ukraine, now going on 3 years. Nuclear proliferation is different. It is a unique threat, and it is a threat to America's core interests and to peace in the world. It's much harder to create a safer, more peaceful world if the number of countries seeking nuclear weapons is growing. I know President Trump concurs, and he's described nuclear weapons as an existential threat, which they are. I know that sounds dire, and perhaps we'd like not to think about such terrible things, but we must, because it is reality. In the wake of weak or non-existent security assurances in a more dangerous world, thanks to Russia, China, and Iran, additional countries are starting to think about acquiring nuclear programs. This is happening in Poland, where Prime Minister Donald Tusk suggested that Poland might, quote, reach for opportunities related to nuclear weapons, close quote. Poland, of course, is a signatory to the 1970 Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which prohibited all but 5 declared nuclear powers at the time from acquiring nuclear weapons. In a similar vein, Germany, through the newly elected chancellor, has discussed the possibility that France and Britain might share their nuclear arsenal with Ukraine. Now, these are warning signs. These are flashing red signs that no one should take lightly. While we, of course, welcome European countries, primarily members of NATO, to increase their defense spending for conventional purposes, nuclear proliferation is not the way to a more stable and peaceful world. If we look back to 1956, the United States had to step in to prevent the Suez crisis from escalating into a nuclear conflict between the Soviet Union, Britain, and France. In 1973, a nuclear alert during the Arab-Israeli War. United States nuclear forces were put on alert in response to what turned out to be, thankfully, a false alert. But again, in 1999, the United States stepped in to stop nuclear escalation during the Kargil war between India and Pakistan. So it is imperative that while the United States facilitates a lasting and enforceable peace between Russia and Ukraine, that at the same time we need to reduce the likelihood of nuclear proliferation. Suffice it to say, the stakes could not be higher. We're living in one of the most dangerous times since World War II. President Trump and Vice President Vance are correct in taking all reasonable and necessary efforts to end the war in Ukraine, but it requires a stable and lasting and enforceable peace to prevent this proliferation of nuclear weapons. I applaud President Trump for his efforts to bring about this peace. If President Trump can successfully pull this off, it will be an accomplishment for which humanity will owe him a profound debt of gratitude. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Maryland.
thank you. On roll call vote number 1141, on roll call vote number 114, I was recorded as a yes. It was my intention to vote no. Therefore, I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to change my vote since it will not affect the outcome.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Senator from New York.
Mr. President, I want to tell you about an extraordinary woman, my senior advisor, Jerry Shapiro. Jerry is in the final stages of a long battle with cancer, and so I wanted to express my deepest gratitude and thank for her service to my office and to all of New York State. Jerry joined my staff in 2009 after having served as Hillary Clinton's Westchester Regional Director. But she's so much more than just a member of my staff. She's one of my closest confidants, mentors, and friends. She is truly one of a kind. Jerry is an institution in Westchester County, New York. She knows everybody and everyone knows her name. Everyone knows her as when Jerry gives her word, it's as good as gold. She's an expert in so many important areas of policymaking, and the depth of knowledge she brings to any conversation is as impressive as her ability to make people feel at ease. My staff, most of whom are decades younger, adore her energy and her spirit. Jerry's also one of the kindest people you're ever going to meet. She cares deeply about all of her fellow New Yorkers. But don't let that fool you. She's also tough as nails. Jerry tells it like it is and doesn't pull punches. She's fearless and formidable, and her family calls her the expediter because she gets things done. With Jerry on your side, you know you can't lose. A longtime resident who grew up in New Rochelle, Jerry's first career as a homemaker and a mom, she devoted much of her time to caring also for her aging parents. During that time, she took courses at Columbia University and became a stockbroker to support her ailing father's business. She also volunteered at her daughter Leslie's school, where she served as Edgemont PTA president. In 2000, Jerry was inspired to volunteer for Hillary Clinton's Senate campaign because she admired Hillary's passion for health care. Hillary immediately recognized Jerry's talent and hired her as her Westchester Regional Director when Jerry was already 59 years old. And I also volunteered on Hillary Clinton's Senate race. When I became senator, I asked her to continue to serve as my Westchester County expert. I remember meeting her at the train stop in Westchester early in my Senate tenure and knowing then and there that I would have a friend for life. Since then, Jerry has led our community outreach in Westchester and has become a deeply valued member of our team. She's my go-to expert when it comes to anything related to Indian Point Nuclear Facility. She knows the ins and outs of policymaking and procedure better than most, and she's become an invaluable source for people working on nuclear energy regulation, especially with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and its Indian Point decommissioning process. But if it's not nuclear policy, it's something just as important, like her leadership on my aging working group or her work with healthcare and disability advocates. Jerry understands the substance of the work, and she knows how to channel her experiences into bigger causes. But what really sets her apart is that she understands how much relationships matter. Whether you're a neighbor, a CEO, a friend, a high-ranking elected official, Jerry is the first person you turn to. Her instincts are spot on. She connects with people in ways that few others can, and she always brings a human touch to everything she does. She mentors my staff on the importance of public service and the power of grassroots organizing. She emphasizes what it means to connect with a community and to understand the needs of our constituents. And she gives everything her full attention and effort and leads by example in everything she does. She clearly sees her work not just as her job, but as her personal calling. Throughout my Senate career, Jerry has not only been an outstanding strategic and political advisor, but also a dear, dear friend. She gives me heartfelt advice when I need it most and shows thoughtfulness and generosity to everyone who knows her. She's hardworking, she's caring, and the most dedicated Senate staffer that I know by her years served and service given. When Jerry speaks, people listen. And when she gives advice, you know it comes from a place of deep knowledge and careful thought. New York and this nation need more leaders like Jerry Shapiro. When asked what motivates her, Jerry says, "Do good, feel good," a maxim that is evident in everything she's ever done. She's truly an inspiration to everyone who knows her, and I'm so grateful for everything she's done for Westchester, for our great state, and for our country. Thank you, Jerry. We love you, and we will always remember how you made us feel.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come here to speak briefly about the status of the peace talks led by the United States and President Trump involving both Ukraine and Putin. First, I want to thank President Trump there's one thing that President Trump has been consistent with. He hates war, and he tries to do everything he can to bring peace. We attempt it. He's attempted that across the globe. He's working right now on trying to settle the situation in the Middle East, and then we're trying to address the situation in Ukraine. Now, the response from Ukraine after President Zelensky, let's keep in mind that President Zelensky, over the past week, has withstood attacks in Ukraine that has killed more people that are sitting up in the gallery right now. So that's over the past couple of days. Killed roughly twice as many people that are in the gallery right now, many of them civilians. I'm not even counting any of the losses on the battlefield. Now, Vladimir Putin says he needs a little bit of time to assess this. What part of a complete ceasefire is difficult to understand? Right? Stop killing people. Ukraine said that they would. They're ready to sign a 30-day ceasefire now. Why do you think Putin's not ready to sign it right now? They've got to examine what a complete ceasefire means. It's because this liar and this murderer is trying to find ways to get an angle before they agree to any peace agreement. He would probably like a partial one, because then he could lie about his orders to kill people and destroy Ukraine's infrastructure under the auspices of a limited ceasefire. If Vladimir Putin comes back with a proposed limited ceasefire, then you know he's looking to kill and destabilize Ukraine, Moldova, the West Balkans. It'll be interesting to see how he weighs in the vote today in Srpska, where their parliament is voting to separate from BiH, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and create a Russian separatist state in BiH. So my guess is he doesn't want to sign up to a ceasefire because he hasn't moved all the pieces around to make sure that he can still murder as many Ukrainians as possible during the supposed limited ceasefire. So I would say to the Ukrainian people and President Zelensky, thank you. In spite of the fact that dozens of people have died this week, including civilians, at the hands of decisions made by Putin, thank you for being willing to lay down your guns and try and get to peace there. But the American people need to know that Putin is a liar. He is a murderer. He hates democracy. He is not trying The reason that he is in Ukraine now is because Ukraine is finally, after about 20 years of wasted time, that is in part because they had Russians and thugs preventing Ukraine from moving forward on the democratic reforms they know they need to do. Well, over the past 7 or 8 years, they started taking that seriously, and they're starting to make democratic reforms. They're starting to talk about maybe accession into the EU. And that scares the hell out of Vladimir Putin, because the last thing he wants is a successful former satellite of the Soviet Union demonstrating that democracy works and communism never has. That's what he's worried about. That's the provocative act that he used as a predicate to invade Ukraine and kill tens of thousands of people, including hundreds of thousands of his own soldiers. He is afraid of democracy proving to work in a society that was under the yoke of communism for decades. That's what this is about, folks. This is about good versus evil. This is about totalitarian versus this messy thing we call democracy. So, Mr. President, if Vladimir Putin can't understand what an unconditional ceasefire means, it's because he doesn't want to. It's because he still wants to find a way to murder and undermine democratic reforms and the people of Ukraine being finally free. So, Mr. President, I do want to thank President Trump for taking the initiative, for showing Ukrainians a path. But I also want to make sure that this administration and everybody in America know that Putin will not rest until his vision of communist fiat throughout this world is realized. We have to help Ukraine be free. We have to make Putin lose in Ukraine. We have to recognize that North Korea, China, Iran are just chafing at the bit to see Putin succeed there, so they can export their brand of terrorism and communism throughout the world. There is nothing redeemable in Vladimir Putin. He is an evil man responsible for the murders of hundreds of thousands of people, nearly 1 million in the last 3 years in Ukraine alone. We all need to go in open-eyed and understand that this is the true nature of Vladimir Putin, and he cannot succeed in Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. President.
President,
Senator from Iowa.
2 points, a short one and a long one. The short one is simply this, to remind my colleagues that at the beginning of the year, we get a Senate calendar that says what days we're going to be in session and what days we aren't going to be in session. Between now and the end of the fiscal year, September 30th, we have 16 Fridays that we're supposed to be in session. Will we be in session on those Fridays? We've had a few Friday sessions this year so far, but I'm afraid if we don't count on being a little more devoted to a 5-day work week, those Fridays will slip away from us. I bring that to our attention because we always are complaining because we don't have enough time to do appropriation bills. These extra 16 days that we might not be in session would be a good amount of time to take care of the 12 appropriation bills that we have to do regularly. Now, I always say there's enough work for a senator, an individual senator, to do 7 days a week if he wants to work it. But you can't solve this country's problems if you're only in session 2.5 or 3 days a week. And that's what was the practice of the United States Senate before the Republicans took over. And Republicans are supposed to make a difference, and I think a big difference we can make in the United States Senate is showing that we're running in a business-like way, the United States Senate, and that is to get more work done and particularly to do our separate appropriation bills instead of doing one great big 1,000-page appropriation bill just before government's ready to shut down. The second point, and a little longer, is to discuss for my colleagues the disastrous legacy of the Biden-Harris administration's Environmental Protection Agency. Sadly, the recent revelations of wasteful spending by the EPA under the last administration are no surprise. And if you're a Democrat and you get tired of Republicans complaining about something being wrong in the previous administration, hear me out, and I think you'll agree that a lot of things happened at the end of the last administration that are just a violent misuse of taxpayers' money. 2 years ago, I wrote to the Biden EPA about a program called the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. I asked a very simple question: how the EPA planned to administer and oversee the taxpayers' money that was going to be spent by the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. I also expressed doubts about the EPA's handling such a large program given the agency's lack of oversight of how they expend the taxpayers' money. And as you would expect, I requested its plans to ensure this money would be spent responsibly. Now, these are pretty simple questions that Congress and the taxpayers ought to be given an answer to. In its response to my letters, the Biden EPA gave me lip service about its commitment to the oversight of the spending of the money in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. The Biden EPA said it would require, quote, rigorous, transparent risk management and accountability measures, end of quote. Now, if they'd actually done that, that's a responsible way of handling the taxpayers' money. But the Biden EPA failed to describe how it would accomplish all of that rigorous transparency and also answer the questions that I asked them to answer. And clearly, then, based upon the Trump administration's recent revelation of fraud, waste, and abuse, EPA's response to me was really, in the end, nothing but lip service. For example, in December of last year, the Biden-Harris administration, near its end, Brent Elfrun, EPA's special advisor for implementation, was actually filmed saying the agency had rushed taxpayer money out the door. That EPA official called the effort an insurance policy against the incoming administration, Trump administration, to make sure that the money was out the door so the Trump administration couldn't stop it. The EPA official also stated, now this is Brent Elfrun, quote, it's like we're on the Titanic and we're throwing gold bars over the edge, end of quote. The EPA official said his job was, quote, just how to get the money out as fast as possible before they came in and stopped it all, end of quote. The they he was talking about is the new Trump administration. Now, this conduct is an example of the contempt and the lack of respect that the previous administration had for the American taxpayers' dollars. In January of this year, I met with Lee Zeldin in my office before his confirmation as President Trump's EPA administrator. I was encouraged by his shared commitment to transparency and accountability. After Mr. Zeldin took office, I wrote to him asking that he find the gold bars, so to speak, and take steps to get this taxpayers' money back that was shoveled out the door in the last few days of the previous administration. Since that letter, Administrator Zeldin found that in the months leading up to President Trump's taking office, the Biden-Harris EPA shouldered $20 billion of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund out of the Treasury at Citibank. Now that's a lot of gold bars. Administrator Zeldin explained this unprecedented move by the Biden EPA was done to protect the program from government oversight. This revelation shows the Biden EPA not only obstructed my investigations, but the oversight assurances it tried to offer me were dishonest. Administrator Zeldin also referred this mismanagement to the EPA Acting Inspector General and noted that there's an ongoing FBI investigation. I'm encouraged by what Administrator Zeldin has done so far, and I expect him to provide records responsive to my inquiries showing the Biden EPA fraud, waste, and abuse. Now, a closer look into the recipients of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund exposed several ethical red flags. Jahi Wise, President Biden picked to lead the program, oversaw a $5 billion grant to his former employer. That employer is the Coalition for Green Capital. And on August 8th, 2024, quote, build the National Green Bank and a network with self-sustaining community leaders in every state, end of quote. Another $2 billion taxpayer dollars went to an organization called Power Forward Communities, and on August the 8th, to reportedly offer financing for residential carbon emission reduction projects, end of quote. Power Forward Communities is made of 5 non-government organizations, including Rewiring America. The leadership of this group is full of familiar faces from past Democratic administrations, and I'll give you 4 examples. Sean Donovan, listed on Power Forward's tax documents as the director and co-chair, was President Obama's Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. Ari Matuzashek, also listed as a director and co-chair, served as special assistant to President Obama and director of private sector engagement in the Obama White House. The vice president of Rewiring America is Cammie Croft, deputy director in the Obama White House and senior advisor in the Obama Department of Energy. And then a name that's pretty famous to anybody in politics and really famous in Georgia is Stacey Abrams, the failed gubernatorial nominee that President Obama campaigned for, is reportedly senior counsel for Rewiring America. The FBI and the EPA Office of Inspector General must fully investigate this situation and determine where the money was used to line the pockets of well-connected Democrats. As my oversight has shown, the legacy of Biden-Harris administration EPA will be one of unprecedented spending with no accountability and transparency. This blatant lack of discipline and lack of respect for the taxpayers' monies enabled EPA's left-wing allies to profit at the expense of the American taxpayer. All the while the Biden EPA obstructed my efforts to conduct independent and objective oversight. President Trump and Administrator Zeldin must return the EPA to its mission of protecting the health of our environment while spending taxpayers' dollars with transparency and accountability. My message to the new Director of EPA, Administrator Zeldin, is this: keep exposing waste, fraud, and abuse, and provide all the records. I yield the floor.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I rise today to talk about something that I have spoken about on this floor before. Last September, an incredible young woman named Lulu Grimmin really came onto the scene with regards to a piece of legislation that we put forth before this body. You see, her life changed forever in July of last year. She's an incredible young woman from Mountain Brook, Alabama. She brought her entire community, her state, and now our nation together. That's because on June 7th of last year, out of the blue, she was attacked by a shark. And her and a friend were looking for sand dollars, and obviously all of this came unexpectedly. What happened next was nothing short of a miracle. The doctors, nurses, EMTs, and everyday people on the beach that day saved Lulu's life. But the real miracle was just beginning. When Lulu woke up from surgery that day and got taken off of her ventilator, her very first words were, "I made it." That has become a mantra, not just in how she reemerged, but in the way that she has pushed forward. After a long rehabilitation, she came back to Alabama 3 months after the accident. She was determined. When you talk with her parents, they tell you about her aggressiveness when other amputees would come and visit her, and they would tell her how long it took them to walk or to do other things. She would say, "I'm gonna do it faster. I'm gonna do it better." She was back outclassing golfers there at a driving range not too long after. She refused letting losing an arm or a leg stop her. Just last week, Lulu spoke publicly for the very first time since the shark attack. Her grace, her faith, her strength, her perseverance, it was an inspiration to all of us. Lulu told a crowd that morning that she wakes up ready to conquer the day, every day, and that she is motivated to keep getting better. She launched a foundation called Lulu Strong to help others in need get the prosthetic technologies that will make their lives easier. After visiting Walter Reed just a few weeks ago, you can tell how this advocacy could actually change lives. When the unimaginable changed her world, what Lulu decided to do was change our world for the better. Lulu is a modern-day American hero. The courage she's shown, the fight, the resolve that she's demonstrated are truly remarkable, and not just for a 16-year-old, but for anyone. But it shouldn't have to be this way. Lulu is indeed an inspiration, but this tremendous battle that she's fought and won could have been prevented in the first place. You see, when I heard Lulu's story, I learned that there was another shark attack that happened just right down the shore 90 minutes earlier. Elizabeth Foley, a mother of 3 from Virginia, tragically lost her hand to a shark bite and suffered other terrible injuries, resulting in 26 surgeries. After talking with Lulu and her family, we said it doesn't have to be this way. They knew there was something that could have been done. And after talking, we knew that there had to be a better way to get information out there to warn beachgoers about shark attacks in the area. That's when we introduced Lulu's Law. And it's why I'm reintroducing this bill in this Congress today. This bill, which I am proud to share, has bipartisan support. It would empower local authorities to issue wireless emergency alert warning beachgoers of potential shark attacks through the already existing wireless emergency alert system. This has the potential to make a real difference in Americans' lives. And when we're giving the opportunity to do something simple that can make such a big difference, I believe we have to take it. To Lulu, I want you to know how much you inspire all of us. Your bravery in the face of the unimaginable, it's just amazing. And you taking what happened to you and saying, how can I make others' lives better? How can we make sure that this doesn't happen to someone else? We want to honor the strength that you've shown over the past 9 months. To Lulu's parents, Ann Blair and Joe Gribben, the way you've all rallied our state and our country to support Lulu on her road to recovery is truly unbelievable. To my colleagues in the Senate, on both sides of the aisle, whether you represent a state on the coast or you represent citizens on the interior, there is no doubt we want to keep our citizens safe, whether they live there or they're visiting. Making sure that we put safeguards in place that can prevent another tragedy from occurring is imperative. Let's pass this law. Let's celebrate this amazing young woman, and let's prevent this from happening again. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from New York.
I'd like to take a moment to honor the late Dr. Hazel Dukes, who died earlier this month. Hazel was not just my mentor and longtime friend. She was an extraordinary advocate for members of the African American community across New York State. When I was first appointed to the Senate, Hazel took me under her wing. She helped me learn how to do my job well and how to serve my constituents effectively. Hazel was a wise and generous soul. She was a trailblazer in the civil rights movement and the longstanding president of New York's NAACP. She fought housing discrimination on Long Island and was a tireless advocate for equal education opportunities. Hazel's leadership shaped the NAACP, and she inspired future generations nationwide. Hazel was truly a treasure, and I was devastated to learn of her passing. Her legacy will live on in the fight for justice she waged and the lives that she changed. May we honor her by continuing the work she so fiercely championed. Hazel, we will miss you very much, and we will always remember you. May God bless you and keep you. That's the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
I think so. I gotta do a UC too. To vitiate. How do we pass unanimous consent to vitiate? No. I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
And Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that privileges of the floor be granted to the following members of my staff: Sammy Collins Head and Julia Washer.
Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I returned Sunday night from 2 days in Ukraine. It was my third trip since the war began, and it came at a perilous and difficult time. A week earlier, President Trump had blown up a meeting with President Zelensky, starting an argument in front of cameras that made the United States look like a weak bully. He gave away two of Ukraine's primary goals: regaining their territory and becoming a member of NATO. The result is a weakened hand in negotiations with Russia. And President Trump also cut off security and intelligence to Ukraine, leaving them blind and at risk of losing ground. So I made a decision to travel to Ukraine to show my support for the Ukrainian people and to bring back information, what I would learn on the ground about how these policy changes were going to impact the war. What I saw showed me just why we cannot give up on the Ukrainian people and why it's important to our security to keep Putin from winning. Of course, the Ukrainians want this war to end. They want it to end more than anybody else. But any agreement has to protect Ukraine's security, and it can't be a giveaway to Putin. This war started with what Putin thought would be a 3-day operation to take Kyiv and then control all of Ukraine. Now, we are 3 years later, and that hasn't happened. The Ukrainian people, with security and intelligence assistance from us and from our allies, have been fighting for every inch of their homeland. They've endured constant missile barrages on cities and hospitals. I visited one of these hospitals myself, and this hospital had been hit with gunfire. There were holes in the exterior walls of a hospital. There was a crater on the sidewalk in front of the door of this hospital where a mortar round landed. And there, in this hospital, I spoke to wounded soldiers who were eager for nothing more than to get back into this fight. I also met with nurses who shared their stories of this invasion through tears. They told me, Mr. President, this is hard to repeat on the floor of the Senate. They told me how they witnessed Russian soldiers raping children in front of their parents and then murdering these same children in front of their parents. Horrendous war crimes which can never be forgiven. I met with Ukrainian pilots, one of whom I had met with in Tucson when he was learning to fly the F-16. I'll be honest, when I first visited their F-16 training at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Arizona, I wasn't sure that they could step up to flying the Viper. It's not an easy airplane to fly, and I wasn't sure that they would be effective in combat. Those pilots have more than proven themselves flying challenging combat missions against the Russians, who are protected by a considerable electronic warfare defense and a surface-to-air missile defense, and by the way, are also flying some pretty sophisticated airplanes. I spoke to one pilot. This guy shot down 6 cruise missiles and drones on a single mission. And he did this while carrying only 4 air-to-air missiles. So how'd he do this? Well, 2 of the targets, he had a gun. Used the gun of the F-16 to shoot him down. That is really hard to do. My twin brother, who was also a Navy pilot, we were both stunned. That's impressive. They're stepping up. Ukraine's underdog status against the heavyweight Russia has bred a scrappy innovation that the United States should envy and that we can learn from. I heard it in their words when they said that they would fight. Get this, Mr. President. They said they would fight with rocks and sticks if they had to defend their country against Putin. And I saw it in their efforts to produce cutting-edge weapons to take the fight directly at the Russian enemy. They're building one-way attack drones at an incredible rate, especially considering that they stood up this production from nothing. And that's what's possible when hitting your production target every single day is a matter of life and death. They have an innovation cycle that's measured in days, while ours is measured in years. And we should learn from that. Because supporting Ukraine, it's not just about defending freedom. And freedom is a fundamental tenet of what makes America great. It's also critical to our national security and preventing future bigger wars. Not only would victory make Putin stronger to strike further into Europe, but if the United States abandons Ukraine, what message does that send to our friends across the globe? It tells them we are untrustworthy and unreliable. Now, as significant as that is, the bigger deal is what we would see from China. The Chinese watch everything, and they want to take Taiwan. If they view our loyalty to our partners and allies as weak, they are more likely to take Taiwan by force. If that happens, this president or any future president will have to make one of the most consequential decisions in the history of our country. My goal is to prevent that moment. My goal in the Senate is and will continue to be to keep us out of wars. And I think that is true for most combat veterans like myself. So I came back this week with the message that we need to fix this mess and get back to supporting Ukraine. Now, I'm glad that already there has been positive movement. The announcement from the American and Ukrainian negotiations in Saudi Arabia yesterday, led by Secretary Rubio and the National Security Advisor Tim Waltz, was a step forward. Once again, we are supporting Ukraine with military, security assistance, and with intelligence aid, and we're working towards a resolution to this war that guarantees Ukraine's security. And Ukraine accepted a proposal for an immediate 30-day ceasefire. Now, this is going to come down to whether Putin will accept these terms and commit to a real negotiation. So far, he has showed no indication that he's ready for peace. Putin started this war by breaking a ceasefire. He has mobilized his entire country and the help of other dictators like Kim Jong-un to try to win this war. And every day, every single day, Mr. President, his soldiers commit war crimes. Not only must he agree to the terms of this ceasefire, he has to be held to them by the United States and our allies. America is the strongest and richest country in the world. We didn't get here by being bullies like Vladimir Putin. We got there by leading from the front and bringing our allies along with us and standing by them like they stand by us. The safety and security of all of us, our kids, our grandkids, depends on the United States continuing to keep its word, stand for democracy, and look out for Americans by being smart and strong and standing up to the bullies. That's what I will hold this president to. And I urge my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats alike, to do the same. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Tillis. Got you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Thank you. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Cruz, Daines, Haggerty, Hoven, Johnson, Langford, Lee, Marshall, Marino, Murkowski, Rounds, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Crapo. Aye. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Scott of Florida. Aye. Ms. Lummis. Aye. Senators voting in the negative: Kane and Kelly. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper? No. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Gallego? No. Mr. Lujan? No. Thanks. Mr. Padilla? No. Mr. Coons? No. Mr. Blumenthal? No. Mr. Kim? No. Ms. Alsobrooks? Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester? No. Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Wyden? No. Ms. Hassan? No. Mrs. Murray? No. Ms. Slotkin? No. Mr. Schatz? No. Mr. Schiff? No. Ms. Cortez Masto? No. Mr. Heinrich? No. I got you. Mr. Durbin? No. Mr. Welch? No. Mr. Ossoff? No. Ms. Cantwell? No. Ms. Rosen? No. Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. McConnell? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen? No. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. Mr. Warnock? No. Mr. Bennett? No. Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. Rishai? Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Mullen? Aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Justice, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 46, and the nomination is confirmed.
Thank you.
Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified by the Senate's action, of the Senate's action. The Senator from Wyoming.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Soderling nomination.
Is there an objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Keith Sonderling of Florida to be Deputy Secretary of Labor, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Keith Sonderling of Florida to be Deputy Secretary of Labor shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Sir, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Boozman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Thank you. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Thank you. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Cassidy, Kramer, Curtis, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moran, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Murray, Ossoff, Reed, Rosen, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, and Wyden. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no.
Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. So, Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Padilla, no.
Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no.
On this vote, the ayes are 53, the nays are 45. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination. The Democratic leader.
Nomination, Department of Labor, Keith Soderling of Florida to be Deputy Secretary.
Mr. President,
The Democratic leader.
funding the government should be a bipartisan effort, but Republicans chose a partisan path, drafting their continuing resolution without any input from congressional Democrats. Because of that, Republicans do not have the votes in the Senate to invoke cloture on the House CR. Our caucus is unified on a clean April 11th CR that will keep the government open and give Congress time to negotiate bipartisan legislation that can pass. We should vote on that. I hope our Republican colleagues will join us to avoid a shutdown on Friday. I yield the floor.
Are we in a quorum call?
No.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, for the second time over the past few weeks, I've come to the Senate floor to talk about the importance of medical research funding at the National Institutes of Health, NIH. Last week, during his address to Congress, President Trump unveiled a new member of the U.S. Secret Service, a 13-year-old named DJ who had always dreamed about becoming a police officer. It was a touching moment because DJ wasn't supposed to be alive today. You see, in 2018, he was diagnosed with brain cancer and given just a few months to live. But because of advances in science and medicine, because of medical researchers conducting life-saving work, because of new treatments and cures, thank goodness this young man is alive today. And he's alive because of the work of the National Institutes of Health. But that work for a lot of other desperate families is in danger because of President Trump and his unelected assistant, Elon Musk, who are carrying out a cruel campaign to cut research funding for diseases such as childhood cancer, ALS, Alzheimer's, dementia, and so many more. I don't know young DJ or his family, but I can just imagine what they went through when they told their son had brain cancer. Who can imagine as a parent what that must have been like? And I'll bet you one of their first questions to the doctor was basic. Is there a cure? Is there a treatment? Is there something we can do? Thankfully, the answer was yes, because of medical research. You know, all the miracle drugs you see on TV, constant deluge of ads about new drugs, 99% of drugs approved in the last 10 years benefited from NIH research. NIH funding is what kids like DJ are using to beat cancer, why babies are being spared preventive illness, why HIV is no longer a death sentence, why progress is being made in ALS and so many neurological diseases. But since the start of this administration, we've seen a White House unleash a lawless, chaotic attack on everything from the Federal Aviation Administration to biomedical research. First, President Trump and Elon Musk ordered a freeze on most federal grant funding, including medical research funding. You see, after extensive review of grant applications, the NIH awards approximately $38 billion a year in funding to the best and brightest medical researchers at universities in all 50 states, Illinois included. But Trump and Musk inexplicably view this as wasteful and needless. While this freeze was found illegal by a federal judge, the administration has continued to defy court order. To this day, we are taking actions to prevent medical research funding from going out to scientists and labs with breakthrough ideas. As a result, NIH has delayed awarding approximately $1 billion in grant funding to institutions nationwide. What alarms me is that NIH funding has not historically been a partisan issue. This used to be the most bipartisan thing in the Senate. Over the past decade, a bipartisan group in Congress, Roy Blunt, Republican senator from Missouri, Lamar Alexander, Republican senator from Tennessee, Patty Murray, Democrat from Washington, joined with me in an effort to increase funding for NIH. This bipartisan team, which I was proud to be part of, increased NIH funding over the last 10 years by 60%. We did this because we know that sickness does not respect partisan lines. We need cures on a bipartisan basis, and NIH funding leads to new breakthroughs for all patients in need, supports good-paying jobs in red and blue states, and cements our global leadership. Illinois universities and hospitals receive approximately $1.3 billion in NIH funding every year. That supports 16,000 researchers in our state and $3.6 billion in economic activity. And our state is the rule, not the exception in this regard. But Trump and Musk aren't finished here. Next, they tried to indiscriminately slash how NIH pays for indirect cost. What's an indirect cost? It helps medical research operate the laboratories. It pays for the new computers, the microscopes, the handling of hazardous materials. They are negotiated on a case-by-case basis between the federal government and each hospital or university. Look, I'm open to discussions about reforms to show how indirect costs are calculated, but just arbitrarily and illegally slashing all indirect cost allotments will stop medical research in its track in many laboratories. Thankfully, Illinois' Attorney General, with 21 others, sued and secured a temporary relief for universities and researchers. Now, Trump and Elon Musk have focused their efforts on firing the medical researchers themselves. Reports indicate that 1,200 NIH employees have been fired so far, experienced vaccine researchers, the next generation of scientists, and the acting director of the NIH Alzheimer's and Dementia Program. Further, Trump and Musk have ended a popular trainee program that brought 1,600 young scientists out of colleges to the NIH world, the renowned campus in Maryland. NIH research leads to new cures and treatments that extend, improve, save lives. That's why I'm once again trying to pass a resolution pledging just basic bipartisan support for NIH. This resolution is simple. It says the work of NIH should not be subject to interruption, delay, or funding disruptions in violation of the law. And it reaffirms the workforce of NIH is essential to sustaining medical progress. For kids like DJ, for people like my friend Brian Wallach, who's fighting ALS, for every family out there dealing with life-threatening diagnoses, we must not stay silent in the face of Donald Trump and Elon Musk's assault on medical research. I will never stop fighting to protect NIH and the medical research it supports. I hope that it will become, once again, a bipartisan effort. And so, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to SRES 93. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered and made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
President.
The senator from Oklahoma.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The Democratic whip.
I'm disappointed. I hope I can appeal to my friend from Oklahoma about how important this is to every single state. It's certainly important to my state of Illinois, where we have thousands of researchers and millions of dollars being spent. But it's also important to his state. Oklahoma has some very valuable laboratories and hospitals that do research as well. I'd like to just give you some examples. Each year, Oklahoma receives $160 million in NIH funding. This money supports 2,500 jobs in the state of Oklahoma and $450 million in economic activity. The top NIH-funded research in Oklahoma is the University of Oklahoma. It receives $80 million a year. With this funding, researchers in Oklahoma have recently conducted medical research on slowing kidney disease progression, improving brain function after strokes, and how changes to cell activity can slow progression of Alzheimer's. Senator Mullen, I know, is a proud graduate, I'm sure, of Oklahoma State University, which receives $15 million in NIH funding annually. And so, Mr. President, I hope I can appeal to my colleague and others to take a close look at their own home states of how this medical research makes a difference in their states and will make a valuable difference in the quality of life for Americans across the board. And I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, we're 50 days into Donald Trump's second term, and the American economy is already in free fall. Prices are soaring, stocks are plummeting, and people are panicking about a recession. None of this was inevitable. All of this is Trump's own making. This week, after Trump couldn't categorically rule out that his policies would lead to a recession, NASDAQ had its worst day in years while the Dow Jones dropped a whopping 1,300 points. But it's not just the stock market that is taking a hit, it is regular people everywhere. Consumer confidence is down by 7 points in 50 days since Trump took office, and spending has dropped for the first time in 2 years. The dollar is weaker, hiring is slowing, interest rates are unlikely to come down, and GDP is expected to shrink this quarter for the first time in 3 years. You know, usually presidents get too much blame or too much credit for the state of the economy. But not this time. Trump is going out of his way to plunge the economy into chaos and make life harder for everyone. And whether you're buying groceries or trading stocks or hoping to retire next month, you are getting hit. When the Commerce Secretary was asked yesterday about a potential recession, he said, quote, "It's worth it." It's worth it. They actually think a recession would be worth it. And if the economic numbers coming in are bad, if they show that the economy is shrinking or the costs are rising, their solution is to cook the books, to make them seem better. Because when the data is bad, change it. Everybody knows that. Instead of getting to work on lowering prices on day one like he said he would, the president has spent his days plotting the rebirth of a Gilded Age with tariffs and tax cuts. That was a time when the rich got richer while everyone else got screwed. Trump tells a different story. Quote, "We were at our richest. We were at our richest from 1870 to 1913, he said. That's when we were a tariff country. We were a very wealthy country, and we're going to be that way again," end quote. And so I just want to make clear, yes, I'm a partisan. Yes, I think Donald Trump is screwing up the economy. But it's really important for us to understand they actually do have a theory of the case, and that is the golden age from 1870 to 1913. I didn't say that. The president said that. I didn't say, hey, these guys think a recession is worth it. They said a recession is worth it. It is true that in the Gilded Age, some people were very wealthy then. Robber barons and business tycoons built enormous empires on the backs of working people who had little to show for it. Profits boomed. Billionaires emerged. Regular people suffered in tenements and on factory floors, and poverty was everywhere. But the Gilded Age is exactly what the president is trying to recreate. Whether it's tariffs on our largest trading partners that will jack up the price of our food or our homes or our cars, or mass layoffs of the people who inspect our food or keep the skies safe or care for our veterans, or the tax cuts for the richest people to ever exist, funded by slashing regular people's health care and hard-earned retirement savings. All of this is about taking money from people who don't have enough and handing it over to people who already have more than anyone has ever had. Whether you voted for Trump or not, whether you believed he would be good on the economy or not, whatever sort of side of the political, tribal, ideological, partisan, algorithmic divide that we are all experiencing in our little filter bubbles on Instagram and TikTok and Twitter and wherever else we get our disaggregated information, this economy sucks. People are paying too much, and it is the intentional policy of the president's economic team to recreate a time when, until just about 50 days ago, everybody agreed we should never go back to that time. Kids working on factory floors, people working 70 hours and not able to feed their family, unprecedented disparity between the extremely wealthy and everybody else. That's what they are explicitly going for. This is not me putting spin on the ball. That's what they're saying. That's what the Commerce Secretary is saying. That's what the Treasury Secretary is saying. That's what the President of the United States is saying. This is their plan. And it is going according to plan. These people have the ability to short things and ride the volatility and monetize all of the craziness and make side deals and do crypto and park their assets here and there. They make money no matter what. But if you're retiring next month with a 401k or an IRA or a 403b, you just got screwed. Trillions of dollars of wealth was eliminated. And the president sprung into action. Why? For what purpose? To help his buddies sell cars on the White House lawn. I don't have a preference for electric cars or non-electric cars, or I don't care. That's fine. But what a weird thing to spring into action about when everybody's getting kicked in the face economically except his buddies. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following remarks appear in a different part of the journal.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it wasn't so long ago that a senator stood on this floor and said the following: foreign aid, as a part of the overall budget, is less than 1% of the total amount that the U.S. government spends. I promise you, it is going to be a lot harder to recruit someone to anti-Americanism and anti-American terrorism if the United States of America is the reason one is even alive today, end quote. The person who said that was not me. It wasn't another Democrat. It was then Senator, now Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. As a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Marco Rubio was one of the strongest supporters of foreign aid, and specifically the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID. He introduced bills to leverage USAID to fight human trafficking, advance women's economic empowerment, and reduce violence globally. He called on the agency to, among other things, provide humanitarian relief in Colombia, support free and fair elections in Burma, promote internet freedom in Cuba, advance democratic values in the Indo-Pacific. And speaking in 2018, he said, quote, "Anybody who tells you that we can slash foreign aid and that will bring us to balance is lying to you. It's just not true." And so to witness the evisceration of USAID and foreign aid more broadly under his leadership as Secretary of State and acting administrator of USAID has been honestly shocking. This is someone who just 2 months ago was confirmed by the Senate 99-0. He is someone who throughout his time in the Senate believed in the power and the jurisdiction of this institution. Someone who, while we disagreed on policy a lot, consistently showed moral clarity on the basic belief that America ought to be on the side of the good guys, on the side of democracy and freedom. But he has sidestepped Congress at every turn on this issue. As the lead Democrat on the Senate Appropriations Committee overseeing funding for foreign and national security policy, I've been working with my colleagues to press Secretary Rubio publicly and privately for answers. We've sent numerous letters with dozens of questions, virtually all of which have gone unanswered. And these aren't out of the ordinary partisan gotcha questions. They are the normal things that your clerk from the Appropriations Subcommittee would say, like, hey, can you tell us what this is? And please inform us per the law. This is like normal, mundane, workaday correspondence, nothing. We're supposed to get notifications about changes, and we've gotten nothing. Then on Monday, 5 a.m. Eastern Time, there's a tweet from him saying that the review of foreign aid that was supposed to take 90 days is now complete, and that 5,200 contracts are gone, 83% of the whole enterprise, and they'll consult with Congress about what remains. But the last part is not true. There has been no consultation with Congress at all during this process. There has to be, as a matter of law. And the Secretary ought to come to Congress and explain to us, not Pete Morocco, who we didn't confirm, who most people in the public have never heard of, who is widely viewed as a controversial figure. He came in, closed-door briefing, 1 hour, And you know what? He had a hard stop, had to go at 11. You know what he did at 11? He went with federal marshals to another federal agency and barged in the door, and that was found to be illegal. That was his hard stop. He only had an hour to talk to members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee because he had to get on to commandeering a building with federal marshals. As of today, we still have no idea which programs were cut and which still remain. They gave us a stack of programs, but it was like we were in a classified session, right? When you're in a classified session, they might give you paper, and then there's staff that politely but firmly take the paper back so you don't accidentally take a bunch of classified stuff out of the building. They acted like the stuff they're doing on appropriations is somehow top secret. It's not top secret. They just don't want anyone to know. We don't know how or even whether Secretary Rubio intends to reprogram the funds from the programs that were eliminated. And we're still waiting to hear how he intends to operate the remaining programs going forward. Weeks and months have passed, and we still don't even have the most basic information. Here's what we do know. We'll try to calm down here. Here's what we do know. Multiple laws are being violated at once. The Foreign Affairs Reform and Restructuring Act of 1998, which established USAID as an independent agency. The Impoundment Control Act, which says the president can't delay or refuse to spend funds Congress appropriates just because they have a different policy view. The Impoundment Control Act is not ambiguous. It says that a president cannot decide what they spend based on a policy preference. If it's in the law, it's in the law. They've got to execute on it. And if their opportunity to exercise their leverage as a separate and co-equal branch is to threaten to veto a bill if it has something they don't want to spend money on. But once that law is enacted, their discretion is gone. And the appropriations bills for state and foreign ops, which, among other things, sets minimum funding levels, prohibits the creation of new programs, the suspension or elimination of existing programs, and changes to agencies without prior consultation with and notification of Congress. Nobody did that. You can love these cuts. I assume some people love these cuts. You can hate these cuts. I hate these cuts. But one thing you cannot say is that this administration is following the law and fulfilling its duties in consulting with Congress. And in the meantime, millions of people will die. Millions of people will die. Our sudden withdrawal has pushed people in Syria, Sudan, South Africa, and so many other places to the verge of starvation, disease, and death. I understand. I learned when I was 28 that when you're in elected office, you better be very careful what you say. I said some casual words one time. Still remember what I said. I won't repeat them. I was on Hawaii News Now, and someone asked me a question, and I was tired. It was the morning show, and I said something just overly casually, and it really hurt people. And so ever since then, I've tried to be as precise as I can be. And now that I'm in the Senate, even more so do I have an obligation to not say anything that's untrue, but also to just be careful not to be too provocative. And so I say this advisedly, millions of people will die because of the United States government executive branch. This is a global humanitarian catastrophe about to happen on America's watch. When I became ranking member of the subcommittee, one of the first things I talked to Chairman Lindsey Graham about was, how do we make things work better? Where can we better align our priorities? I am open for business if the enterprise is lawmaking. And I am absolutely opposed if the enterprise is law-breaking. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Vermont.
I want to speak about the reckless tariffs that the Trump administration, Donald Trump, is inflicting on the American consumer, the American worker, the American business, especially with respect to Canada. Canada is Vermont's largest trading partner. We're not alone. 34 states count Canada as its largest trading partner. We regard Canada as an independent friend, not as a prospective 51st state. And the reason we have that view towards Canada is because of the incredibly constructive and positive relationships we've had with that wonderful country for years. But with respect to these tariffs, last year trade with Canada accounted for 35% of Vermont exports and 67% of our imports and 56% of our total trade. 1 in 4 businesses in Vermont relies on trade with Canada. And Vermont's economy is almost entirely made up of small businesses. They operate on the tightest of margins. 99% of Vermont's businesses, 76,878, are considered small. They support 60% of Vermont employees. It's 156,000. And these businesses cannot afford to absorb a 25% hike on imports from our largest trading partner. Take maple syrup, for example. Vermont produces 51% of the maple syrup consumed in the U.S. And by the way, these are like small farmers or small landowners. For farmers, it supplements their income in a very difficult margin business when they're having a dairy operation as well. But Vermont's maple syrup industry expects millions of dollars in losses if the tariffs go through. And that may surprise some, but Vermont imports close to $480 million in maple products, primarily maple syrup, from Canada. And we reprocess it and sell it. The 4 largest maple syrup equipment manufacturers are located in Canada. Tariffs will make it far more expensive for our Vermont sugar producers, maple sugar producers, to buy that equipment. This is an industry that has grown almost 500% in production over the past 20 years, and we're about to let all of that growth go down the drain with these reckless tariffs. Vermont maple syrup producers are also concerned that the loss in market share will result in people turning to other products instead of Vermont's liquid gold, with customers possibly turning to far inferior but more affordable products like corn syrup or agave if the price of syrup is too high. These tariffs will also smash our farmers. Vermont farmers rely on organic grains and seeds and fertilizer that's imported from Canada. In that respect, all of our states on the northern tier are especially connected to potash and grains from Canada. And Trump's tariffs will raise prices on fertilizer, grain, and seeds, on lumber products and machinery equipment from Canada that Vermont farmers rely on. And understandably, Canada, as other countries that are subject to the Trump tariffs, are imposing retaliatory tariffs on the United States, and that includes, of course, Vermont. That's going to make our sales much more difficult. Nearly half of the farmers polled in February said U.S. agricultural tariffs would result in a decrease in exports. And of course, we saw that happen big time in the first Trump administration, particularly hammering our Midwest grain and soybean farmers. Those markets have not come back. The markets now are for Argentina and Brazil. What's the point of our own government doing something that so hurts our farmers for no benefit for the United States? This is a bad deal for our farmers during the first Trump administration. And a USDA study from 2022 found that retaliatory tariffs led to a significant reduction in U.S. agricultural exports to the retaliating partners. The study found that export losses from 2018 to 2019 amounted to more than $27 billion. And if you remember, what happened then is Trump wanted to get right with the farmers. So he took away their market, $27 billion in sales, and then went to the taxpayer to make up the difference for those farmers. Every farmer I know, they'd rather be selling what they grow rather than getting a government Trump subsidy. The tariffs are also going to hurt consumers. There's no question about that. Grocery prices will be up. The price of eggs is up 19% from the end of the year and could climb to 41% this year. Meanwhile, the president is reposting articles on social media telling people to shut up about the price of eggs. Did he talk about anything else during his campaign? His tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China would directly cost the typical U.S. household over $1,200 in purchasing power. And people in Vermont, and I know in your state, Mr. President, they're struggling at the end of the month to make that checkbook balance. They can't afford that $1,200 hit. And some economists are estimating it could be an increase as much as $3,900 for the average American household. Jobs and homes. The trade war could cost 400,000 good-paying, blue-collar jobs. The trade war will increase the cost of a home. You know, in Vermont, we have a wood products industry. We export timber to Canada. It's milled in Canada, re-imported to the United States to Vermont to help us build homes. 25% increase on that imported lumber is going to go straight to the cost of an already unaffordable home. What sense does that make? Trump's tariffs will raise gas prices for us in Vermont, 25 to 40 cents a gallon. We get a lot of our petroleum products from Canada. It's going to cost more in home heating fuel, and that's a tough expense for Vermonters. And it's going to cost more in electricity. We've, for years, imported electricity from Hydro-Quebec and other sources of power in Canada. So folks who have high electric bills are going to get higher, who are paying more than they can afford for gas are going to pay more, and that home heating bill is going to hammer them once again. All for no constructive, positive reason. You know, there's another aspect to this. It's not just the tariffs and our argument about the policy and the bizarre assertion that the Trump administration is making that these tariffs will make us rich. Everybody knows, except apparently President Trump, that the people who pay the tariffs are the people who buy the products. You have a Canadian product, you have to, as a manufacturer, pay a tariff. That has to be added on to the price of the product, let's say, to the sugar maker, that farmer who's paying it. There's a price on electricity, a tariff. The consumer is going to pay that. We all know that. But aside from that, it is so chaotic, so disorganized, so hit or miss, so random in the rollout of these tariffs. On again, off again, on again. 25%, 50%, 10%. It's like the president wakes up and throws something in a dartboard, and that's the new policy for the day. You cannot have an orderly expectation for your business. You cannot have a confidence that a consumer needs who's trying to really pay close attention to how she is spending the family budget with chaos. You can't do it, and you don't need it. So why in the world is the president doing it? He seems to think chaos is a good policy. You know, what we saw and we're seeing, and it's getting worse and it's not going to stop. The stock market had its worst week in 6 months. You know, what has Donald Trump said? The stock markets are literally crashing. There was no reason for this, all self-inflicted. He said that in 2022. He's right today. It is all self-inflicted. The last 72 hours, we've seen that wild ride. And Trump is ready to send the United States into a recession in order to implement his disastrous economic agenda. In that boastful confidence that he always asserts, everything's going to work out, it'll be beautiful. He's saying a recession, yeah, who knows? We may have to pay that as a price. Well, you know what? We don't have to pay that as a price for foolish policies that only hurt us and hurt our allies. Nearly half of all U.S. imports, more than $1.3 trillion, come from Canada, China, and Mexico. And it's estimated that Trump's tariffs could reduce overall U.S. imports by 15%, as well as increasing prices. And Trump's last attempt at a trade war was passed on entirely to U.S. importers and consumers, leading to a loss of 245,000 U.S. jobs and higher consumer prices. And I note, Mr. President, that the unemployment rate ticked up last week. Trump's stated goal is using tariffs to achieve unrelated goals of curbing fentanyl. We all want to do that. And illegal immigration. We all want a secure border. But the southern border has about 1,000 times the amount of fentanyl that comes through the minuscule amount on the northern border. So what the president has is this indiscriminate policy where he's using, I would say, abusing the delegation of national security powers by this Congress decades ago, when it was expected that they would be used for a real national security military threat to meet his whims, to negotiate this way and that on whatever strikes his fancy that particular day. And I also note, Mr. President, that in the House bill that has been sent over here on the continuing resolution, the House has included a provision that can only be described as outrageous and cowardly. It said the House stripped itself of the authority to vote on these tariffs that have been invoked by Trump's emergency authority. How can a legislative body do that? Literally vote to say we can't vote on whether we believe that these tariffs have any merit or are going to be good or bad for the people we represent. The House did that, and that's in the CR. Mr. President, we've got a long history with tariffs. And we saw in the 30s, the Smoot-Hawley tariffs led to a trade war, led to a depression, hurt jobs, hurt consumers. It's really, really stupid. This is going to hurt Vermont. I call on all of us to speak out against these tariffs that are going to hurt us in every state of this United States of America. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since Hamas' barbaric attack on Israel on October 7th last year, many of our nation's top universities have abandoned their Jewish students. Instead of providing a place to learn, they have become hotbeds of anti-Semitism, anti-American hatred, and open support for terrorism. Here are some examples. At Princeton, students have waved the flag of terror groups like Hezbollah. UCLA, activists set up barricades across campus and blocked Jewish students from attending class. George Washington University, a pro-Hamas demonstrator walked around campus with a sign calling for a final solution against the Jewish people. Columbia University, students chanted, "We are Hamas," and "Long live Hamas." In recent weeks, pro-Hamas activists at Barnard College occupied an academic building, allegedly assaulted a school employee, and handed out flyers produced by the Hamas media office. These flyers glorified Operation Al-Aqsa Flood. That is Hamas' term for its kidnapping, rape, and murder of more than 1,200 Israelis. These are not isolated cases, and Mr. President, to many Americans and certainly many Tennesseans, it seems impossible that this would be happening right here. But according to Hillel International, there were more than 1,800 anti-Semitic incidences on college campuses during the 23-24 school year. Think about that, 1,800 anti-Semitic incidences. Now, the thing that is so upsetting about this is that that is an increase of more than 500% from the year before. This shows you the organization and the intensity of these events. What we do know is that Jewish students have faced harassment and intimidation on their university campuses, and we also know that the Biden administration sat on their hands and they chose to do nothing about this. Instead, they sided with the radical activists who turned our campuses into cesspools of hatred. Now, with President Trump back in the Oval Office, pro-Hamas students and the colleges that enable them are being put on notice. Recently, Secretary of State Rubio vowed to revoke visas and green cards for any foreign students who support terror groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. This is something that I have called for and supported, which is why I am so pleased to see this administration, the Trump administration, actually taking action. Now, what we do know is that ICE arrested a former Columbia University student who is from Syria, that is Mahmoud Khalil, and this was a ringleader for Columbia's anti-Israel encampment. As I said, a former student. At these demonstrations, pro-Hamas activists spat on Jewish students. They chanted, "F the Jews," and they held signs next to Jewish students claiming that they would be Hamas's next target. Think about this. If you're a 19-year-old Jewish college student and you are there on Columbia's campus and you have a protester holding a sign against your head saying you should be the next targets. In many ways, Khalil was the perfect leader for this anti-Semitic pro-terror movement. What we know is this: before he enrolled at Columbia University, he allegedly served as a political affairs officer for UNRWA. That is right, the UN Relief and Works Agency there in Gaza. This person was a political affairs officer for UNRWA. Now, this is the same UNRWA that we now know indoctrinated Palestinian children to hate the Jews, stored Hamas's weapons in its facilities in Gaza. They actually put ammunition and weapons in the schools, the UN schools there in Gaza. We know that they had people affiliated with Hamas on their payroll, and we know they provided support and aid to the terrorists. There is no reason why someone like this should be allowed in our country to support terrorism and to promote anti-Jewish bigotry. That's why Secretary Rubio is intending to deport Khalil, which this administration has the full authority to do under our federal immigration laws. And under this administration, I have no doubt we are going to see many more deportations. As we work to deport Hamas affiliates, my bipartisan No Immigration Benefits for Hamas Terrorist Act would block any migrant tied to Hamas from entering our country. And my No Flight for Terrorists Act would put anyone on the no-fly list if they have called for violence against the Jewish people or pledged allegiance to a foreign terrorist organization. At the same time, President Trump is vowing to pull federal funding from schools that fail to protect Jewish students from discrimination. Just on Friday, his administration canceled $400 million in grants and contracts with Columbia University. That is a good start to accountability. Right after October 7th, I joined Senator Tim Scott in introducing the Stop Anti-Semitism on College Campuses Act. This legislation would rescind federal funding for any university in this country that authorizes funds or facilitates events that promote violent anti-Semitism. With such widespread failure from our nation's colleges and universities to protect Jewish students, there are billions of dollars on the line. One thing should be clear. With President Trump back in the Oval Office and Republicans in the majority, pro-Hamas activists and colleges are going to face accountability. And if you are visiting our great nation and supporting terrorism, please know this: you will be deported.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me be perfectly clear for my colleagues. Democrats want to immediately pass a clean 4-week CR. No one wants a shutdown. We should get this done immediately. Right now, we should be hard at work negotiating bipartisan funding bills that help folks back home in all of our states and make sure that our constituents, not Trump and Musk, have the biggest say in how their taxpayer dollars are spent. That is what I've been focused on for months now. In fact, I actually wanted to get our funding bills done all the way back in December, but Republican leadership in the House wanted to kick the can down the road to March. Well, we spent these past few months working hard, getting close to a deal, and Mr. President, we should see that work through, especially when the alternative bill is a bill that will seriously undermine the ability for all of us to use our power to fight for our communities. I hope my Senate colleagues would agree that power is worth protecting. Unfortunately, Speaker Johnson has made clear he is content to sit on the sidelines and actually even cheer while 2 billionaires fire veterans, choke off resources to rebuild roads and bridges, cancel research on cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and vaccine hesitancy, dismantle the Social Security Administration, spark a trade war that is raising prices and driving us towards a recession. But there is still time for us here to choose a different path, a bipartisan path that gives our constituents, each and every one of us, a voice in this process. But right now, instead of working with Democrats to fund the government, invest in the middle class, protect Congress's power of the purse, and put out some of these fires, House Republicans are rolling over for the billionaire arsonists by rolling out a slush fund-filled, year-long continuing resolution that empowers Trump and Musk to pick winners and losers with your taxpayer dollars. House Republicans didn't just walk away from Democrats at the negotiating table. They are trying to give up Congress's seat at the table altogether with a partisan bill that writes Trump and Musk a blank check, shortchanges families and America's future, devastates our nation's capital, and painfully slashes critical domestic priorities like life-saving medical research, construction of VA hospitals, and, Mr. President, so much more. House Republicans didn't merely refuse to address the lawlessness we have seen from Trump and Musk. They would actually empower it with this bill, because House Republicans' bill fails to include the typical, detailed spending directives, the basic guardrails that Congress provides each year in our funding bills. In other words, instead of writing a bill that gives our communities what they need, they wrote a bill that turns many of our accounts into slush funds and gives the final say over what gets funding to 2 billionaires who don't know the first thing about the needs of our working families. So that's the problem number one with this CR, and it was a completely avoidable one. House Republicans could have worked with us to include the standard bipartisan spending directives that are included every single year. But House Republican leadership decided to throw in the towel on the hard work of negotiating and on the hard work of governing and making sure their constituents' voices are reflected in our funding bills. Tearing down those guardrails was a choice they made. And, Mr. President, it's a dangerous one. Now, we have already seen how far President Trump and Elon Musk and Russ Vought are willing to twist and outright break our laws to suit their will. But House Republicans are setting them up to make everything so far look like child's play, because this slush fund CR surrenders more power over federal funding to the very people who are already abusing the power they have to steal from our constituents. This bill is a green light for Donald Trump and Elon Musk to redirect funding to their own pet projects, to force states and communities to abide by their directives and slash, burn, and zero out programs that our families count on. They could use the flexibilities being granted to them to override our constituents' priorities. Clean energy investments could become a payday for fossil fuels. Money meant to stop fentanyl and opioids could fuel private prison operators and Trump's mass deportations. This bill will let them pick which Army Corps, which transit, which military construction projects move ahead, and which grind to a halt. And when it comes to programs that rural communities rely on, which do you think will get funded? Housing? Utilities? Small business support? Well, you know what? It would all depend on who Trump wants to punish or extort. When it comes to medical research, are we going to spend precious research dollars curing Alzheimer's disease? Are we going to help the Fred Hutch senator in Washington State fight cancer? Are we going to work to develop a universal flu vaccine? Are we going to support maternal and women's health research? Congress would usually have a say. But this CR tells RFK Jr. exactly what Trump promised. Go wild on health care. You got a free pass from House Republicans to commandeer hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars and set them on fire, relitigating disproven theories about autism and sowing distrust about vaccines amid a measles outbreak that is killing children. Or if Trump wants to rip away resources from our public K-12 schools and leverage federal dollars to make them rewrite history, this CR could help them do that. To say nothing of the broad power he'd have to cut off funding to schools like our HBCUs or eliminate funding that thousands of colleges and universities rely on to provide financial aid to students. When it comes to the FAA, House Republicans gave up on writing detailed instructions for how the budget must be spent in favor of just letting Trump shovel tax dollars at Elon Musk's Starlink. When it comes to our tribes, they would let Trump manipulate the formulas that dictate how much money our tribes get for everything from housing to road maintenance to law enforcement. Our public lands, those are now President Trump's personal prerogative, as he will have under this CR near absolute discretion over which land and water conservation fund acquisitions and which public lands deferred maintenance projects get funding. Mr. President, that is a tremendous amount of power to give to a president who has shown he is completely willing to abuse his existing authority. And for the record, the federal funding for many of the programs I just mentioned makes up massive percentages of many of our state's budgets. It takes no imagination, none, to consider how Trump will use this new authority to threaten and bully states across the country. You do what he says, or he blows up your entire state budget. We all know full well how the president is looking to pick fights with our states and with our governors, and this bill allows for him to use the full force of the government to try and win those fights. But, Mr. President, that is far from the only problem with this bill, because this bill also seriously shortchanges our families, our small businesses, our country's competitiveness, and our security. In fact, it makes major cuts to domestic spending. Nearly 2 years ago, Mr. President, after bruising negotiations between House Republicans and the president, a law was passed that set spending levels for FY24 and FY25. I didn't care for those levels, not by a long shot, but nonetheless, there was an agreement and a starting point for us. But this bill now from the House Republicans reneges entirely on that agreement. It cuts non-defense funding by $15 billion relative to that agreement. And it even cuts defense funding by nearly $3 billion relative to the FRA level for 25. Mr. President, those aren't just numbers on a page. Those are real investments that our constituents are being robbed of in this bill. And despite what House Republicans would like you to believe, as a longtime appropriator, I can tell you, this is not a clean CR. A clean CR would not slash funding for Army Corps construction by 44%. That means halting progress on major hydropower projects, dredging for ports in red and blue states, and more. This CR is not clean. It would cut by nearly 50% funding for medical research. Funding for medical research into treatments and cures for dozens of diseases and conditions specifically affecting our service members and their families. It wouldn't create an utterly massive hole in the NIH budget, reducing funding for life-saving cancer research and the discovery of cures for diseases by more than $250 million. That's what this CR does. Or a clean CR wouldn't do what this bill does to cut VA construction or nuclear arms controls or election security. And let's not forget, this bill forces rural development programs to absorb a $34 million effective cut, and decides who suffers. And it effectively endorses the Trump administration's plans for significant staffing reductions and worse customer service at Social Security. The only increase for Social Security in this bill is to go after fraud and further Elon Musk's lies, his lies about Social Security. It doesn't provide one additional dime to improve customer service, something our constituents asked for. It doesn't reduce how long it takes to process benefit applications or to address the average, by the way, 1.5-hour wait now to talk to someone on the phone. And that, by the way, is if you're lucky, 40% of the people will get through it all. The House CR will mean that Musk and Trump are going to continue to fire workers and shutter offices. And Mr. President, it will be seniors and people with disabilities and their family members looking to Social Security in a moment of need who will pay the price. And let's not ignore the massive shortfall in funding for new NOAA satellites or the serious risk of setting back weather predictions that every part of our economy hinges on. And then, of course, there is the $700 million shortfall in this CR at HUD, at Housing and Urban Development, which means that 32,000 fewer families getting help to keep a roof over their head. And there is this inexplicable fact that this CR actually blocks the District of Columbia from spending its own money for the fiscal year we are already 6 months into. That change, by the way, won't save the federal government a penny, but it will force D.C. to lay off police officers and teachers halfway through the year. Mr. President, I could spend hours right here on the floor talking about what we lose out on, what our constituents lose out on with this CR, and what it is at risk with this flat funding and the major cuts. When House Republicans refuse to write serious funding bills that strengthen our investments, they are putting people in danger by undermining food safety, rail safety, workplace safety, and public health. They're doing nothing to help our families afford groceries or heating and cooling or get high-quality childcare. There is nothing to fight fentanyl and opioids, build roads and bridges, and clean up our waters. There is nothing to improve access to health care for our rural areas, or uphold our responsibility to our tribes, or advance cutting-edge tech, and so much more. And Mr. President, I would just note, we have never funded the Department of Defense through a year-long CR, never. What we are talking about here is irresponsible on multiple levels. It is irresponsible in the cuts that it makes to things like medical research, VA hospital construction, and so many other investments in our communities. It is irresponsible in the glaring problems it ignores, like the recent natural disasters or China's aggression abroad. And it is irresponsible in the additional power that it gives the president at the expense of Congress and at the expense of the people we all represent. Now, Mr. President, I don't come here with rose-colored glasses. It's not that I thought this process would ever be easy. Certainly not while the president lets the richest man in the world break our government. But I do continue to believe that it is our responsibility as lawmakers to ensure that our constituents' voices are heard and that Congress asserts its power. And it shocks me that any one of us here would even consider trading our power to help people in exchange for an empty promise. It shocks me that any one of us would be so eager to help an administration that is so dangerously willing to extort people, even lawmakers, to its own ends. Trump and Musk have made it painfully clear they want the exact power that this type of CR would give them. They want every member of Congress, every governor and mayor, every CEO, every Head Start program director to come groveling before them to get their funding turned back on. That's not how this should work. That's not how this should work in America. They want you to come hat in hand, and maybe they won't fire as many veterans in your state. If you ask Elon really nicely, and you also don't ask too many questions about his billions of dollars in conflicts of interest, maybe he won't kill the life-saving research happening in your state. Maybe he won't choke off the funding to the hospital your constituents need. Maybe he won't pull the plug on those critical dam repairs the Army Corps was working on in your state. What sort of a deal is that? And what do they think is going to happen next? Well, Mr. President, perhaps it's because I'm one of the few preschool teachers here in Congress, but I don't think enough of my colleagues have read If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. Because I have to think the lesson would be pretty darn relevant to what happens if you give a billionaire a slush fund. They just keep taking more. And that is exactly what this bill does. It takes federal funding and the money and the programs meant to help our constituents and gift wraps it for Trump and Musk to pick winners and losers. Whether that means doling out stacks of cash to their billionaire buddies and their own companies, or whether that means punishing political enemies by cutting off money to blue states or blue cities. And look, just because you are a Republican, and maybe you think you have an in with Elon's Doge squad, don't think that means your constituents are safe, because when your constituents are on the line, don't be surprised when Trump's rage at some mayor or governor who puts your state's interests ahead of the president's ego wins out over any sense of obligation to thank you for giving him all this power in the first place. Or when Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, stops making lame social media posts for long enough to hear you out. Don't be surprised when Musk values another $1 billion for one of his companies over the workers in your state he is firing left and right, or the programs that he is eliminating. Look, my colleagues, this is not how it should be. Our constituents elected us to be their voice in Congress, not their voice on the phone with Elon Musk. But that's what House Republicans want to reduce us to. My message here today to all my colleagues is that it doesn't have to be this way. Despite what Trump and Musk would have you believe, the choice is not simply between writing them a blank check or shutting down the government. Anyone who tells you that is flat wrong. We have agency here. We have the power of the purse. We just need the common sense to use it. The path forward is not complicated. It's not unconventional. It is simple. We passed the short-term CR that I introduced the other day. We finished negotiating our bipartisan funding bills. And by the way, that's not some impossible dream. We have done it before. In fact, Mr. President, we do it every year, even when it's incredibly hard. And we were actually incredibly close before Republican leaders in the House left the negotiating room. But we still, Mr. President, have time to diffuse this and to get back to the serious work writing bills that actually fund the programs our families rely on, and actually make sure those funds get to where we as elected members of Congress, representing our constituents, our taxpaying constituents at home, where we intend it to go. We all agree Congress has the power of the purse, don't we? I'm pretty sure that's a bipartisan principle. And so we, here in Congress, should be able to find a bipartisan way to say that. The true focus for me is transparency and accountability. No one has really explained to me why transparency is now a red line. How has that suddenly been too much to ask? I thought DOGE was all about transparency. I thought the whole idea was to hold government accountable. I thought we wanted to stop waste and fraud and abuse, not empower it and dismantle bipartisan guardrails. Well, I just want to work that basic principle, accountability, into our bill. And I'm open to different ideas on how we do that. I always have been. And by the way, while we're at it, it would seem like a pretty basic step in transparency and accountability for Elon Musk to come before a congressional hearing. So when are we going to work that out? Because I think, at the barest minimum, it should be before we pass this CR that gives more power to him, not after. So, Mr. President, I strongly oppose the CR the House has sent over. I hope my colleagues do the same. Defend your constituents. Defend your constituents, your taxpaying constituents, by protecting veterans, by defending cancer research, by the other investments, and making sure that the infrastructure projects actually are built in your state. Defend your power as a senator. Vote down this partisan bill that turns the government into a piggy bank for billionaires. And, Mr. President, let's immediately pass a short-term CR to prevent a government shutdown and finish writing those bills that keep our government working for the American people and to make sure our constituents have a voice in this process. I introduced a short-term CR to do just that. Democrats stand ready to work with Republicans to immediately get them done. We are at a real turning point for how things will go. Isn't it worth taking a bit more time, working together a bit longer, and doing everything we can to keep us on a bipartisan path and to make sure we, each one of us, protect our power of the purse, our power to be a voice for the people back home, especially when we are so close, especially when I think we all know that it is going to lead to a much better outcome for our communities that we represent, for the people who sent us here to fight for them, who trust us to work together, as we have in the past, to make their lives better, even, Mr. President, when the work is hard. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
It's also Brooks.
Kansas?
President, thank you. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection? The question occurs on the nomination. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks.
nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I want to talk about two subjects today. First, I want to talk about assets. We've been talking a lot about spending in the federal budget and tax dollars, but there's another side to the ledger that sooner or later, in my judgment, we need to talk about. Here's what I'm getting at. 25% of the land in the United States of America is owned by the federal government. 25%. In some states, it's a lot more than 25%. That's just an average. It's 620 million acres. Now, if you inherited 620 million acres, what would you do? Well, the first thing you would do is you would be careful to conserve it out of respect for the land. You would want to make sure that land wasn't contaminated, that it was properly fenced. You'd want to preserve it. Second thing you would do is say, well, how can I monetize this property? I got 620 million acres here. I'm land poor. What can I do to have the land generate some income? Under our federal government, the Bureau of Land Management is responsible for managing the 620 million acres. And the charge to our Bureau is to do a couple of things. Number one, conserve the land. Number two, make sure, because it belongs to the American people, make sure that people have an opportunity to recreate on the land. And number three, see if you can manage the land in a way to generate cash. Why is that important? Why is that especially important right now? Our debt's $36.5 trillion. What does that mean? I mean, we throw around this figure of $1 trillion. We can hardly get our mind around. At least I can hardly get mind around. Our debt is so high, and we're paying so much interest that the debt grows by $1 trillion every 100 days. So this 36.5 trillion figure, 100 days from now, a little over 3 months, it's going to be 37.5 trillion. That's how fast the debt's growing. This number is so high, and we're paying so much in interest that debt accrues at $10 billion a day, not million, $10 billion a day. $417 million, it goes up an hour. 6.9, let's call it 7 million a minute. What have I've been talking, 3 minutes? Debt just got increased $21 million. And we've got to pay that money back. This is not funny money. We're talking about how to start paying it back by reducing our spending, but there's another way. It's to generate income through our 620 million acres of land. Take our national parks, for example. First thing we want to do with our national parks is preserve them. I mean, they're beautiful. That's why they're national parks. We want to preserve them and respect them and protect them environmentally and otherwise. We also want to allow people to enjoy them. And we do that by telling folks, come on in. You have to pay an entrance fee, but it's reasonable if you want to come in and camp or just walk around and enjoy the scenery, go on a hike. And that generates some money. You don't want the entrance fee to be too high, but you want it to be reasonable. And in some of our national parks actually allow mining, oil and gas production, timber production, so that increases income as well. I have seen an estimate from the private sector, there's several of these, that our public land, our $620 million, if we managed that land properly, could generate $90 million in revenue. $90 million could be generated by our public land. How? Through mineral harvesting, natural gas production, oil drilling, grazing for agriculture, hunting licenses, fishing licenses, camping permits. You know what our federal lands actually generate in money? We know the potential, $90 billion a year. That'd help us pay down this debt. In 2023, our federal lands actually lost money. They lost $13 billion. We went from a potential of $90 billion, according to land use experts, that's what they ought to be generating, to a loss of $13 billion. It's embarrassing. Now, I don't want to blame all of it on the past administration. It wasn't all President Biden. Some of it was. Under President Biden, not him, but his people, he appointed them, they banned offshore drilling off of most of America's coastlines. They prohibited mining on over 1 million acres of lands. They canceled leases for oil and natural gas production. They paused all new permits for LNG, which Europe is hungry for. They restricted hunting, they restricted fishing, they restricted hiking. And they buried our federal lands in red tape. That's why we lost $13 billion instead of gaining $90 billion a year. It doesn't have to be this way. All we have to do is look at the states. The states have state land. They don't have 620 million acres like the federal government does, but they got a lot of land. The states have worked very hard to increase the revenue on their state lands while preserving them. Arizona, Idaho, Montana, New Mexico, all we have to do is copy them. Their activities, their preservation of their property, but their monetizing of their state lands has produced over the past few years an average return of $14.51 for every $1 those states have invested. So the states spend $1 on their state lands, they get back 15 bucks. Pretty good return. And they haven't sacrificed air quality. They've protected their lakes and rivers, and they've preserved their state land. The federal government, for every $1 we spend on our public land, we get back 73 cents. So we put out $1 and we get back 73 cents. You don't have to be Euclid to see that we're going backwards here. We need to do better. And I know that the focus right now, Madam President, is on spending, and it should be. And it's on designing a tax code that looks like somebody designed it on purpose, and it should be. All those things are important. But at some point, we need to recognize the enormous amount of assets that the American people own through their federal government, and the fact that we are actually losing money by the way we are managing them instead of generating money. And once again, this is not, you don't have to be an astrophysicist to figure this out. All we got to do is call Arizona, Idaho, Montana, New Mexico, and probably West Virginia, and just say, would y'all come up to Washington? We'll buy you a soda and give you a nice hat if you'll come on up here and tell us how you're doing it, and just copy what they're doing. Second thing I want to talk about is less pleasant. but I don't mean it to be divisive. I don't. There is a lady by the name of Laurel Libby. Laurel Libby. She happens to be from Maine. I love Maine. Beautiful, beautiful state. She's in the state legislature. And by all accounts, Ms. Libby is a very talented, accomplished legislator. She has beliefs, as we all do. And one of her beliefs is that it is unfair to allow transgender women to play women's sports. In other words, Ms. Libby, I don't speak for her, but I've read her interviews. She believes it's unfair, fundamentally unfair, that it will destroy women's sports if transgender women, biological males who identify as transgender women, are allowed to play women's sports. And she has said so. In fact, she put up a Facebook post. And the Facebook post highlighted a transgender athlete who one year placed 5th, I think, in the pole vault, and then transitioned into, he placed 5th as a male athlete, but then transgendered or transformed into, or transitioned is what I'm trying to say, into a transgender woman and competed at the state level and came in first. She came in first. So when this individual was a biological male and competing, the biological male came in 5th in the state competition. The biological male transitioned into a transgender female and participated, was allowed to participate by the officials in Maine in the pole vault in women's sports and came in first. Well, Ms. Libby thought that was really unfair, and so she posted a picture of the athlete, the transgender athlete, when she was a biological male, and currently when she has now become a transgender woman. She posted the picture. She didn't put any name, any phone numbers, any addresses, or any of that. She posted the picture of the athlete side by side before transitioning after. And here's what she said. We've learned that just 1 year ago, John, the transgender athlete, when she was a biological male, was competing in boys' pole vault. That's when he had his 5th place finish. And then she went on to say, so all of this transpired in the last year with the full blessing of the Maine Principals Association. 2 years ago, she wrote, John tied for 5th place in boys' pole vault. Tonight, John, now Katie, because John is transitioned into a transgender woman, tonight Katie won 1st place in the girls' Maine State Class B Championship. And Ms. Libby thought that was unfair. And so do many Americans. So do I, frankly. Well, Ms. Libby's in the state legislature. And her colleagues, Democrats, who are entitled to their opinion as much as Ms. Libby, who is a Republican, is entitled to hers, they got very angry. They wanted to throw her out. They wanted to throw Ms. Libby out of the Maine legislature. They wanted to expel her, but they couldn't do it because that takes a 2/3 vote. So they said, we're not going to expel her. We're going to censor her. That only takes a majority vote. But in censoring her, which they only needed Democratic votes to do, they added conditions that Ms. Libby could no longer vote and could no longer participate in any legislative committees. I guess she just has to sit there. Well, that disenfranchises the constituents that Ms. Libby represents. And frankly, they kind of went through the back door when they should have gone through the front door in a transparent way. I'm not here to try to meddle in the Maine state legislature. Let me say it again, I love Maine. I think it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. And the way they handle their local politics is none of my business. That's not why I'm here. But I am here to say what Ms. Libby did, let me put it another way. Ms. Libby's belief about the fairness of transgender women participating in women's sports is based on science. It is. You may disagree with the science, and you may disagree with her, and if you do, you're entitled to do that. But Ms. Libby didn't just pluck this point of view out of thin air. A lot of Americans agree with her. I think most Americans think that, when you're 18 years of age, you're an adult, this is America, you can do anything you want to do, as long as it's not illegal or doesn't hurt somebody else. You can be whomever you want to be. You can dress however you want to dress. You can't run around naked, but in terms of your dress, you can express yourself however you want if you're 18. And I think most Americans don't have a problem with that. So long as it's perfectly legal, I don't. But when you're under 18, you're a minor, adults get to make decisions because you're a minor, duh. I also think that the American people have worked very hard through their elected representatives to try to lift up women's sports in America. We've worked very hard and spent a lot of y'all's money lifting up women's sports so that women can be treated equally with men. And I also think, through no one's fault, I started to say only through God's fault, but I'm not going to criticize God's decisions. Through nobody's fault. If you believe in God, it was a decision by God. If you just believe in nature, it was a decision by nature. Men and women are different. And men have a physical advantage over women. And if you allow a male, no matter how the male identifies, to compete with a woman in women's sports, particularly when you're under 18, the male's going to win every single time. That's not just speculation. That's not just common sense. That's science. The ACLU, which believes that transgender women, biological males who transition into transgender women, they say it's a fact that trans girls are girls. And the ACLU and other activists have also said that it's a myth. They call it a myth that transgender female athletes, like Katie, formerly John, they say it's a myth that transgender female athletes have a physical advantage over girls. They're wrong. This is wrong. You don't need a graduate degree in anatomy to know that. I mean, those claims are specious. Medical science and athletic data both demonstrate that the difference is obvious and that males, no matter how they identify, have a significant advantage over females in girls' sports. Even before birth, when the baby is in a mother's womb, this is a scientific fact, baby boys begin developing different hormones and skeletal structures than baby girls that help them outperform girls when they're older. That's just a fact. We can say we wish it weren't. I'm fine with it. Some people say, well, that's bad. Well, take it up with nature. Take it up with God. But it's a natural fact. When that baby's in the womb, testosterone exposure for that baby boy alters his brain development. That improves that baby boy's motor skills and increases that baby boy's aggression vis-a-vis a baby girl. Both motor skills and aggression give that baby boy, when that baby boy grows up, an advantage over a girl in women's sports. Boys, the science also shows, they go through what's called a mini puberty. Still a baby boy in the mother's womb. The baby boy experiences a mini puberty, is what the scientists call it, right before birth, that helps a baby boy, once that baby boy is born, to gain weight faster than if he were a baby girl. And that ultimately is why boys tend to be taller than girls once they're born, on average, later in life. Now, the differences between boys and girls, again, this is a law of nature, or a law of God, depending on what you believe. The differences between boys and girls explode during puberty. I mean, I've got a single child. He's a grown man now, but I remember puberty. I learned during puberty that reasoning, there's nothing wrong with teenagers, that reasoning with them will not aggravate. That's just also a law of nature, I think. But boys and girls, the differences between them explode during puberty. Boys develop 14% larger hearts when they go through puberty, and 12% larger lungs. So boy versus girl, the boy's heart is going to be 14% bigger and in lungs 12% larger. An obvious advantage in sports. That helps boys take in oxygen and pump blood more efficiently than girls can. That's just a fact. And that gives them a clear edge in endurance sports: running, cycling, rowing, basketball. Girls also, during puberty and afterwards, develop a wider pelvis. This decreases the amount of force their legs exert when they're lifting, or when a girl is kicking, or a girl is pedaling, which also puts a girl, as an act of nature, at a relative disadvantage when you compare female athletes to male athletes. Boys, during puberty and after puberty, on the other hand, they develop broader shoulders than girls. I think we know that. When they develop those broader shoulders, that makes space for upper body muscle mass. It is hard to think of a sport in which a higher muscle-to-fat ratio, and boys have a higher muscle-to-fat ratio. It is just a scientific fact. It's hard to think of a sport in which a higher muscle-to-fat ratio is not helpful. The average boy will also grow, again, scientific fact, 5 inches taller than the average girl. And even when men and women are the same height, men have higher levels of bone density, which helps them move more forcefully and escape more injuries. And that, I mean, you don't, again, boys just have a physical advantage over girls, and we see it in everyday life. Top-ranked, well, let me put it another way. In 2016, there was an American sprinter. She was a great athlete, is a great athlete. Her name is Allison Felix. She won an Olympic gold medal in the women's 400-meter race. Ran a hell of a race. She came in first. A year later, 285 teenage boys in America beat her time. She was the best in her class, in the world, as a female. But 285 guys in high school beat her time. Don't take my word for it. That's a study that was done by Duke University. The year she won the gold medal, there were 4,300 male athletes in America who clocked faster times in the 400 meters than she did. I don't want to belabor this, but I think you can see why Ms. Libby feels that it is unfair to women to allow biological males who have transitioned into a woman to compete in men's sports. It's not only unfair, it's dangerous. And again, I don't speak for Ms. Libby, but this is what I think she had on her mind when she exercised her First Amendment rights. I'll give you some examples. In May, a couple of years ago, a high school volleyball player in North Carolina, she's a female, she sued her state's high school athletics association. Why? Because they allowed a transgender player to play against her, and the transgender female, biological male, transgender female, spiked the ball in her face, gave her a concussion, long-term physical injuries, long-term mental injuries. Last October, a high school senior in California suffered a season-ending concussion after a transgender volleyball player spiked the ball, hit her in the face during the game, and it ended her final season of high school volleyball. Now, last February, a girls' basketball team in Massachusetts, they forfeited a game after a transgender athlete injured 3 female players in a single game. The biological male who had transitioned into a transgender woman was allowed to play in the basketball game and took 3 of the female players out. And so the rest of the team said, no mas. And the coach said, nope, I'm not going to let my players get hurt. They forfeited the game. I raised this, Madam President, not to denigrate anyone. I'm going to say it again. When you're an adult, in America, you can be whomever you want to be. And, about 90% of my personal philosophy is don't hurt someone unless you have to defend yourself. Don't take other people's stuff, and leave me alone, because that's my right as an American. And I sort of feel that way about everybody. But we're not talking about freedom here. We're talking about nature. And we're talking about fairness in women's sports. And we're talking about women getting hurt. And that's why I think Ms. Libby is right. It's fundamentally unfair because, if for no other reason, acts of God or nature or whatever you want to call it, boys are different from girls when it comes to athletics. And there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing I want to do about it, but some people do. Ms. Libby has sued in Maine and said that her constitutional rights are being violated. I think she's right. I'm not going to try to advise her judge how to rule. But I can't say whether her constitutional rights are being violated or not. But I can tell you this. Common sense and the laws of nature, or the laws of God, if you please, are certainly being violated. Because female young women are fundamentally different from male young boys. And that's just a natural fact. Madam President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion to proceed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Madam President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 35.
Questions on the motion to proceed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Stephen Feinberg of New York to be Deputy Secretary.
Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Stephen Feinberg of New York to be Deputy Secretary of Defense, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion to proceed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Madam President, what's the pending business?
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 26, H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and so forth and for other purposes.
I send a cloture motion to the desk for the motion to proceed.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 26, H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and so forth and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move we proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 36.
Questions on the motion to proceed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Defense, John Fallon of Florida to be Secretary of the Navy.
Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of John Fallon of Florida to be Secretary of the Navy, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Madam President, I understand that there are two bills at the desk, and I ask for their first reading in block.
Clerk will read the titles of the bill.
S1008, a bill to provide equitable treatment for the people of the Village Corporation established in the native village of Saxman, Alaska, and for other purposes. H.R. 1156, an act to make the CARES Act, to amend the CARES Act, and so forth and for other purposes.
Madam President, I now ask for a second reading. I object to my own request in block.
Objection is heard. The bills will be read for the second time on the next legislative day.
Madam President, I have 10 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate if they have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, March 13th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved today, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of calendar number 30. Further, at 10:45 a.m., the Senate vote on cloture on the Pult nomination, and if cloture is invoked on the Pult nomination, the post-cloture time expire at 1 p.m., and the Senate vote on confirmation of the Pult nomination. Further, if cloture is invoked on the Kessler nomination, the post-cloture time expire at 4:30 p.m., and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Thursday's session, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Madam President, for the information of all senators, senators should expect one vote at 10:45 a.m., 2 votes at 1 p.m., and 2 votes at 4:30 p.m. And with that, Madam President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.